Test 1, 2. One qualifier lines up with Woodmere Swifty, Paul Langell, Do or Die, Willie McKay, Bet the Game, Kenny Murphy, Venus and Serena, Greg Bailey. Here they come. Fast track, a 1 second wind variant, 26 degrees. There they go, off and racing from the outside. Venus and Serena will go right to the lead. Moving up for second as they make their way around the turn. That's Bet the Game. Getting away in third is Woodmere Swifty. And the fourth one, that is Do or Die. On the backstretch for the first time and going to the quarter, Venus and Serena with Greg Bailey's out in front here in the early going. Second, that is Bet the Game. Then in third, the 2-year-old Woodmere Swifty, and Do or Die is trailing this field in fourth. They arrived at the first quarter in 31 seconds flat. They're rounding the paddock turn for the first time. And on the point, Venus and Serena continuing to lead. Racing from second, that's Bet the Game. Back into third is Woodmere Swifty. Do or Die trails them in fourth. Positions unchanged. They arrive at the half mile next. And Venus and Serena have them halfway home. Leading it by 2 on Bet the Game. Then in third, it's Woodmere Swifty, Do or Die on the outside fourth. The half mile in 101 and 3 over to the 5/8 next, and opening by 3, Venus and Serena. Bet the Game goes second, Woodmere Swifty third, Do or Die. He's fourth on the backstretch for time 2 in the 3/4. That's the next stop. Venus and Serena, the lead down to 2. Bet the Game closing in second, Woodmere Swifty third. Do or Die is fourth. The 3/4 in 1:30 and 4:29 and change in the third. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Venus and Serena trying to take them all the way here for Bailey. To the outside is Bet the Game second. Woodmere Swifty third. Do or Die fourth. On the wire they come next. And Venus and Serena goes all the way for Greg Bailey. Second, that is Bet the Game, and a Woodmere Swifty held on for third, and the time for the mile in 2 minutes flat. Results of the qualifier: Woodmere Swifty third, Do or Die fourth, Bet the Game second, Venus and Serena the winner. 31, 101 and 3, 130 and 4 the mile. 2 minutes in review, 3-4-2-1.
Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please. Control room, contact the broadcast desk.
come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. It's Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 14 races on tap for you here tonight, including the PEI Coal Stakes Graduate Series. I think a couple of divisions of those tonight. And the feature race comes up in race number 13 with Fast Louie on the rail with David Dowling. Twin B Tough Enough 2 with Corey McPherson. Brookdale Johnny 3 with Paul Angel. Doc Austin 4 with Adam Murner. 5 is Tony Too Tall with Keith Legg. Rounding out the field on the outside 6 is Freeman's Legacy with Jacob Sweet. It's going to be a beautiful night for harness racing. A little windy out there tonight, but it is all in all a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We do have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 17 of the meeting. Fast track conditions. There is a 1-second wind variant. It's 26 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, you'll go to race number 2. In the second race, scratch number 8, Lylja Hanover. She will not go. Race 2, scratch number 8, Lylja Hanover. Next change, you'll go to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 5, Sobble Attack, will go from a blind to an open bridle. Number 8, Brigus, will go from a line pole to a head pole on the inside. Turning over to race number 5, featuring our first super high 5 on the night. In the fifth race, number 2, Choose Me, adding a jaw cord. Number 6, Crowd Control, from a chin chain to a check bit. Turning over to race number 6. In the sixth race, number 2, Next Thing You Know, will go from a Tony Morgan spreader on the outside to a full spreader. Number 6, Oliver Sweetie, will go from a blind bridle to an open-eyed blind bridle. Next change, go to race number 10. In the 10th race tonight, scratch number 8, J.J. Patrick, he will not go. Race 10, scratch number 8, J.J. Patrick. Final change on tonight's program is in the 12th race. In race 12, scratch number 3, Chromed Up. Race 12, scratch number 3, Chromed Up. There is also a change in tonight's 13th feature, ladies and gentlemen. In the 13th, we have a scratch of number 5, Tony Too Tall. Race 13, scratch number 5, Tony Too Tall. And that will wrap up the changes on tonight's racing program. The Par Mutual wickets, they're open and selling. First race post time set for 6 o'clock. You have 23 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abequid, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. we pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's have a look at one of the PEI Colt Stake Graduate Series coming up tonight in race number 9 with 7 starters going behind the starting gate. On the rail is Income Approach with Keith Legg. Mark It Up 2 with Jacob Sweet. Just a Country Boy 3 with Jason Hughes. 4 is DJ Mustang with Kenny Murphy. Big Pond Cash will leave 5 with Paul Angel. Red Eye to Shanghai is 6 with Ed Murner. And the Tulsa King on the outside 7 with Corey McPherson driving. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. If you have a look at the in-house monitors for tonight's opener, Cecil and Bonnie Stewart Memorial in tonight's opener. I'm going 9-4-7. Post-time picks going 9-4-3. Classifier selections 4-7-9 in the opener in 12 minutes.
Tonight's first race is the Cecil and Bonnie Stewart Memorial. There will be a winner's circle presentation on parade. Stone Beach Lily 1, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan trains, Colin driving. Canvas of Stars 2 is owned by Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy. 3, Brookdale Gym, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Tonight, Keith Legg. 4 is Elm Grove Quest, owned and trained by Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. David Dowling drives. 5, Shoot to Thrill, Ryan DeRoss training and driving for owner Margaret Yonker, Brackley. 6 is Harlequin Romance, owned by Gus Shaw of Kensington. Nakia Bridges Barlow of Summerside, trained by James Barlow, driven by Jason Hughes. Singer's Choice 7, owned by Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Havarti number 8, owned by Chantal Langell of Montague. Paul Langell trains and drives. Number 9, Smiling with Lou, is owned by Gordy McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes to post time. This is the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Rocky Skirman is coming up next from the HPI broadcast desk.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It's also the start of the 20-cent guaranteed I'll Pick 5. Landing on the 9, Smiling with Lou, a 3-year-old bay colt by Blood Money for Gordon McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia, who's also the breeder. Pooker McCollum is the trainer, with Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here on July the 18th, PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division for $20,000. Left on the rail. Finished 5th, race time 1:56 and 4, 29 seconds flat closing quarter. In the back tier tonight, that's the 9, Smiling with Lou with Corey McPherson at 7-2. Next, we see the 4, Elm Grove Quest, a 7-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. He's also the trainer. It's David Dowling back in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 2. Was a winner by length in 1:57 and 1, 29 and 1 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike. That was her 17th lifetime win. Post 4 tonight, Elm Grove Quest and David Dowling at 5-2. And there we get a peek at the 7, Singer's Choice, a 4-year-old bay mare by Courtly Choice for Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and driver. Started here last Tuesday night from post 5. Finished 3rd, just beat a length and a quarter. 1:57 and 2, 29 and 3 closing quarter. July 21st here, left 3, finished 2nd, just beat by 2 lengths. Race time 1:56 and 4 with a closing quarter of 29 and 3. Jacob Sweet was in the bike. It's Singer's Choice from post 7 with Jacob Sweet at 8-5. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's opener. It's the Cecil and Bonnie Stewart Memorial with Stone Beach Lily on the rail with Colin Shepherd at 7-1. Canvas of Stars and Kenny Murphy at 18-1. Brookdale Gym 3 with Keith Legg at 9-1. The 4 is Elm Grove Quest and David Dowling at 5-2. Shoot to Thrill leaves 5 with Ryan DeRoche at 17-1. Harlequin Romance 6 and Jason Hughes at 11-1. The 7 is Singer's Choice with Jacob Sweet at 8-5. Havarti on the outside 8 with Paul Angela at 35-1. And Smiling with Lou leaves 9 in the back tier with Corey McPherson at 3-1. That's the field for tonight's opener. Cecil and Bonnie Stewart Memorial. Good luck with your selections. As tonight's opener gets lined up in behind the starting gate, I want to give a shout out tonight to Harry Robley and his wife Carol. Hosted Bernie Gallant and I this morning, went out for a little visit out there to try on, talking old times, talking about Metastar and Try On Seal and all those horses. From back in the day, Metastar, he was quite a horse, Vance. As we send it up to you for the opener of the Cecil and Biney Stewart Memorial, they're in behind the gate.
Man, Rocky, when they used to sit up in Metastar, there wasn't one that could leave with him, and he went a lot on the front. It'd be a wild conversation there and Try On today. Lining up in the opener, Stone Beach, Lily, Canvas of Stars, Brookdale, Jim, Elm Grove, Quack, Shoot to Thrill, Harlequin, Romance, Singer's Choice, Havarti, in back the trailer, Smiling with Lou. Here they come. They're up and facing Brookdale. Jim is firing out in here. Stone Beach Lily along the rail. Races from second. Third one to make the turn. Canvas of Stars coming up fourth. Singer's Choice. Then in fifth, that's Elm Grove Quest. Away in sixth, Shoot the Thrill. Smiling with Lou in seventh. Then in eighth, Harlequin Romance. And trailing ninth, Havarti. They are strung out in the early going. Arriving up the quarter. And that's Brookdale Jim in line to Keith Leg out in front. Second is Stone Beach Lily. Singer's Choice dropped in third. Opening quarter, wow, 27-3. Brookdale Jim opened it up with a boom, just like that, and down the stretch he comes, the veteran pacer, fronting the field towards half mile. Second is Stone Beach Lily. Singer's Choice third. Fourth, that's Canvas of Stars. There goes Elm Grove Quest. Sent to the outside fifth. Shoot the Thrill on the outside sixth. Third over seventh. Smiling with Lou. Harlequin Romance eighth. Havarti ninth. 57-2 was the opening half mile. They arrive at 5/8, and it's Brookdale Jim, the series leader. Stone Beach Lily is second, racing from third on the outside. Singer's Choice. Elm Grove Quest is fourth. Canvas of Stars fifth. Smiling with Lou, three wide and moving sixth. Seventh, that is Shoot to Thrill. On the outside, Harlequin Romance eighth, and the trailer ninth, Havarti. 3/4 in 1:27 flat. Eighth of a mile out, and Jim is still there, turning for home. Three high, Smiling with Lou. In between them, Singer's Choice. Elm Grove Quest fourth. They're in deep. Stretch now. Smiling with Lou coming up from the outside. Smiling with Lou and Corey McPherson. Second is Brookdale Jim. Singer's Choice will finish third. And the time for the mile to open it up, it's 1:56.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. We saw on the front end, that was Brookdale Jim and Keith Legg, 27-3 the half and 57-2, 127 to 3/4, 3 wide down the backstretch was Smiling with Lou and Corey McPherson. They're not on your screen right now, but they are flying, picking them up and putting them down on the outside here. And Smiling with Lou is going to get the job done here tonight in 1:56-2. Quite a mile for this 3-year-old by Blood Money. In for second is the 3, Brookdale Jim. Up for third, that's the 7, Singer's Choice. We have 9-3-7 unofficially. In the opener, we will see Smiling with Lou and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Smiling with Lou on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from tonight's first race. Bay Pacing Colt 3 years, the son of Blood Money, is off the Steelhead Hanover Dam. Keep Smiling. A homebred of Gordy McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooger McCollum. Corey McPherson got the call tonight. The mile 1:56-2. Smiling with Lou in tonight's opener, and down to the winner's circle with the Cecil and Bonnie Stewart Memorial Trackside Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from the first race. Stone Beach Lily 5th. Canvas of Stars 6th. Brookdale Jim was 2nd. Elm Grove Quest finished 4th and had broken equipment. Shoot the Thrill finished 7th and he had broken equipment. Harlequin Romance was 8th. Singer's Choice finished 3rd. Avarte was ninth. Smiling with Lou was the race winner. Fractions went 27 and 3, 57 and 2, 127, and the mile in 156 and 2. In review, 562, 478, 391. Smiling with Lou paid $4. The exactor $26. The triactor $242.80. And the superfecta was $29.01.
First call to get your 50-50s tonight. Isabella's up here right now in the oval. This is your first call, 50-50. Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2026 racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High 5s, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Number 8, Lil J Hanover has been scratched. I'm going to go 6-4-7. Post time picks likes 3-4-6. And the classifier selections 6-3-4 in tonight's second race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that fourth place photo from tonight's opener. You're seeing Elm Grove Quest just nipping Stone Beach Lily on the line. That's a great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Maiden Pacers for the second race on parade. Number 1 is Elm Grove Victory, owned by Black Irish Stables. Claire Murphy, Shane Baglow, and Beaton Farm Cardigan Head, trained by Luke Burke. Kenny Murphy drives. Lola K's 2 is owned by Hal Smith of Fonnell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Taylor Doyle. Corey McPherson drives. You Know Nanny, number 3, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, David Kennedy of Charlottetown, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee up. Always Somewhere 4, owned by James Trainer, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Kyle Williams. Kyle does the training, driven tonight by Keith Legg. Blue Pharaoh, number 5, owned by Route 19 Racing and Corey Livingston. Adam Murner trains and drives. Redland Chia, number 6, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie, Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, Paul Langell does the driving. Number 7, Back Pay, owned by Tyree Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer driver. Number 8, Elijah Hanover has been scratched. 4 minutes to post time. Thank you to Tourism PEI for their continued support of harness racing on Prince Edward Island.
Every so often, it's nice to order your dinner on the ocean instead of on an app. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Class of maidens in here. Exactor 20-cent superfecta. Triactor wagering here in the second race. Landing on the 6 on your screen. Redland Chia. 2-year-old Bay Filly by Peng Shui for James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle Trains and Paul Angel back in the bike. Started here on July 15th. Left on the rail. Parked to the quarter. Finished second. Just beat a length and 3/4. Race time 1:59 and 4. 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter. First lifetime start was July the 7th here from post 3. Finished second, just beat by half a length. Race time 2 minutes flat. Snappy last quarter, 28 and 1. Redland Chia from post 6 and Paul Angel at even money. There's a look at the 4. Always Somewhere. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Somewhere Fancy for James Trainer, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Kyle Williams. Kyle Trains. Keith Legg will do the driving. Started here July 16th. PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots Division. Left from post 3. Finished second. 2 minutes, 2/5. 29 and 4. Closing quarter. Second lifetime start tonight for Always Somewhere with Keith Legg from post 4 at 7-2. And there we get a peek at the 7, Back Pay, a 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Peng Shui for Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady's also the trainer and the driver. This 2-year-old comes in here tonight. First lifetime start. The qualifier was here last Tuesday night. Left on the rail, field of 3. Was a winner by a nose in 2:02 and 4, 29 and 2. Closing quarter. Leaving a long way out tonight, but I got a feeling about this fella. Back Pay from post 7 with Brady Sweet. Good odds, 13 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Class of maidens in here. On the rail is Elm Grove Victory and Kenny Murphy at 6-1. Lola Kay is 2 and Corey McPherson at 8-1. The 3, that's Nanny with Brody McPhee at 7-2. 4 is Always Somewhere with Keith Legg at 7-2. 5, Blue Pharaoh with Adam Murner at 8-1. 6 is Redland Chia with Paul Angel at 6-5. Back Pay leaves 7 with Brady Sweet at 10-1. And the 8 has been scratched. That's the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections. Don't forget to wager early tonight and avoid being shut out at the window. Some lineups coming up tonight here in the Oval. Wager early. Tonight's second race, class of maidens, scratched down to a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Victory. Lola Case. You know Nanny, and the starter is now recalling the second race. Second race under a starter's recall. Starter charges the recall to the 4 Always Somewhere. Take 2 for the second Elm Grove Victory. Lola Cage, You Know Nanny. Blue Fair Redland Chia Back Pay. Always Somewhere will not be there. Top of the stretch. Starter once again is recalling the second race. Starter's recall here in the second. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a late scratch here in the second race. Number 4, Always Somewhere, will not go. In the second race, scratch number 4, Always Somewhere, refunds available.
Tonight's second race, now scratched down to a field of 6. Class of maidens, take 3. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Not often that we get to take 3, Rock, but we're doing so here on this Tuesday night at historic Summerside in the second. Elmgrove Victory, Lola Kays. You Know Nanny, Blue Pharaoh, Redland Chia, and Back Pay are at the top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Blue Pharaoh firing out towards the rail. You Know Nanny. Third one to the turn is Elmgrove Victory. Back Pay comes from the outside fourth. Lola Kays will go fifth, followed by the trailer. That is a Redland Chia by the eighth pole, and they straighten up the backstretch. And here's Blue Pharaoh in line to Adam Murner to take over the lead. Second is You Know Nanny, away third. That's Elmgrove Victory. Fourth on the cones is Payback. Lola Kays, she got away in fifth, and the trailer is the post-time favorite, Redland Chia. They arrived at the opening quarter in 30 and 2. Blue Pharaoh out in front, a bit of a long shot leader by almost 2 with Murner. Racing from second, You Know Nanny. Elmgrove Victory third. Payback's in fourth. That's Lola Kays fifth, and the trailer, Redland Chia sixth. They're halfway home in straight alignment, led by Blue Pharaoh. In the 2-hole, You Know Nanny goes second. Third is Elmgrove Victory. Then in fourth, that's Payback. Lola Kays fifth. Going to the outside 6, a Redland Chia, the half mile in 101. And a 1 over to the 5-8, and Blue Pharaoh leading. You Know Nanny second. Elmgrove Victory is tipped out from third. Payback are racing fourth. Fifth is Lola Kays. Redland Chia, that post-time favorite, trails as they arrive at 3/4, and Blue Pharaoh leads and opening up now by 4. 3/4 in 1:31 flat. Rounding the turn for the final time now with an 8 left to go, and Blue Pharaoh all alone turning for home. You Know Nanny is second. Elmgrove Victory on the outside third. Payback fourth. On the wire, Blue Pharaoh takes out of Murner all the way. Second, that is You Know Nanny. Third is Payback. And the time for the mile in 1:59.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Class of maidens in here. Blue Pharaoh and Adam Murner go all the way tonight. 30 and 2, 101 and 1, 131 to 3/4. They're not getting close to him here. He's just sitting with them in the bike coming down the stretch. Nice maiden record in just his second lifetime start. 159 and 4, 28 and 4 closing quarter for Blue Pharaoh, with Adam Murner in for second is You Know Nanny. Up for third is the 7 Back Pay. So it's 5-3-7 unofficially in tonight's second race. We're going to see Blue Pharaoh and Adam Murner. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Blue Pharaoh had his game face on early tonight here in Summerside as he goes all the way, and he's taking his way into the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle in the second. Blue Pharaoh, Bay Fixing Colt 2 by Century Pharaoh off the Western Ideal Dem Azure Bluestone. Owned by Route 19 Racing of Nova Scotia and Corey Livingston. Bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia, trained and driven to victory by Adam Murner. The colt on top at every call to a maiden record of 159 and 4. Blue Pharaoh in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results from the second race: Elm Grove Victory 4th, Lola K's 5th. You Know Nanny was 2nd. Always Somewhere was scratched. Blue Pharaoh was the race winner. Redland Chia finished 6th. Back Pay was 3rd. Lyle Hanover was scratched. The fractions were 30 and 2, 101 and 1, 131, and the mile in 159 and 4. In review, 452, scratch 16, 3 scratched. Blue Pharaoh paid $25.60 to win. The exactor $151.90. The triactor $361. The superfecta $255.08. The daily double of 9 and 5 was $44.50, and the consolation daily double of 9 and 4 returning $290.
Welcome back to Red Shores Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 2 races in the books. We're going to talk about HPI PEI rewards. Red Shores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. Players can now wager on Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race, the Derek Enman Memorial Field of 8. I like 156 post-time picks going 142. Classifier selections 184 in tonight's third race in 6 minutes.
Third race is the Derek Edmond Memorial. There'll be a winner's circle presentation. Windermere Brett won. Owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell driving. 2 is Braxton's Boy, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Ricky does the conditioning, driven tonight by Adam Murner. Max Patrick, number 3, Jason Hughes in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Alan Gregory, Charlottetown. 4, American Risk, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Keith Legg drives. 5 is No Money Honey, owned by Brody Ellis and Joshua Moore, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Ellis. Kenny Murphy. Darby's Fancy, number 6, owned by Rebecca McKenzie of Dominion and Sandra O'Donnell from Scottstown, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum, Corey McPherson up. Century Invictus, number 7, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, trained by James Barlow, David Dowling. Number 8, Melody Maker, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, Ryan DeRage in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. It's the Derek Edmond Memorial. Landing on the rail horse in here, Windermere Britt. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Somewhere Fancy for Dads Without Abs, a Fredericton, Prince Edward Island. Kyle Williams trains, and Paul Langell back in the bike tonight. Started here Governor's Plate night in the PEI Coal Stakes Gold Division for $20,000. Wire-to-wire winner from post 3 in 1:56.2 with a closing quarter of 28 seconds flat. Paul Langell was in the bike, and on the rail tonight, that's Windermere Britt and Paul Langell at even money. There's a look at the 5, No Money Honey, a 6-year-old bay mare by All Bets Off for Brody Ellis and Josh Moore of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Jeff Ellis trains and Kenny Murphy will do the driving. Started at Truro on July 24th, left 5, finished 3rd. Race time 1:55.1, 28.3. Closing quarter has 2 wins this season, 1:56.3 season's best at Flamborough Downs in Ontario. It's No Money Honey from post 5 with Mr. Murphy aboard at 19-1. There's a look at the 6. Derby's Fancy, a 3-year-old bay colt by Somewhere Fancy for Rebecca McKenzie of Dominion and Sandra O'Donnell of Scottstown, Nova Scotia. Booker McCollum trains, and Corey McPherson looking for his second win tonight. Booker McCollum also looking for his second win tonight as the trainer. Started here on Governor's Plate night, PEI Coal Stakes Gold Division for $20,000. Finished second by 3/4 of a length. Left from post 5, 156 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. Has 3 wins on the season, over $24,000 in the bank, and a 157-1 record taken right here at Summerside Raceway. That is the 6, Derby's Fancy with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 13-1. Tonight's third race has a field of 8 in the Derek Enman Memorial. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Windermere Britt, Braxton's Boy, Max Patrick, American Risk, No Money Honey, Darby's Fancy, Century Invictus, Melody Maker, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing American Risk leaving out. Windermere Brent up the rail. Third one to the turn is Braxton's Boy. To get away fourth, that's Patrick on the outside. Fifth, that's Darby's Fancy. Away 6 is Century Invictus. Seventh one is No Money Honey, and the early trailer, Melody Maker. On the backstretch, all with pylon positions early. Up front, American Risk, the leader. Short-lived, here is Windermere Brent and Langell, set to take over the lead as they move by the quarter. American Risk is second. Third, that's Braxton's Boy, 28 and 1 was a solid opener. Racing from fourth is Max Patrick on the turn. Darby's Fancy fifth, Century Invictus sixth. Moving up from the outside, seventh is Melody Maker. And now the trailer, that's No Money Honey. They arrive at the half-mile next. And on the front end, it's Windermere Brent, the midway point leader. American Risk is second. Third is Braxton's Boy. First up on the outside, fourth, that's Melody Maker underway. 58 and 1 was the half mile. Following the cover on the outside, fifth as they round the turn, No Money Honey. Then sixth and moving out, that is Max Patrick. Up the rail in seventh, Darby's Fancy. On the outside, eighth, that's Century Invictus. Paired up here at 3/4. 4 in, 4 out. The leader, Windermere Brent, was at the 3/4 and won 27 and 3. Melody Maker applying the pressure late on the outside. Third up the rail, American Risk. No Money Honey swinging out 3 wide. Fourth, and they're homeward bound. Windermere Brent trying to see it through. Melody Maker takes over late. American Risk coming up the inside. American Risk and leg, they might have nabbed it here. Then Melody Maker with Windermere Brent. Mile time in 1:56 flat.
Comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race, the Derek Enman Memorial. We saw American Risk go to the front and let Windermere Britt go to the quarter in 28-1. The half up 58-1. He's sitting right in the 2-hole here, just watching it all in the front end. 127-3 to 3/4. And American Risk is going to explode down the passing lane to get up to win this tonight in 156 flat. His 4th win of the season, 56th career win. In for second, that is the 8 Melody Maker. Up for third is Windermere Britt. It's 4-8-1 unofficially. In tonight's third race, we will see American Risk and Keith Legg in the winner's circle next.
Classy old veteran American Risk just picked up his 56th lifetime victory on this Tuesday night in Summerside. He's going to the winner's circle, bay facing Geldington by American Ideal from the Art Major Dam Kissing Bandit, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia, bred by Deo Volante Farms of New Jersey, trained by George Renison, driven to victory by Keith Legg. The mile in 156. American Risk in the Derek Edmund Memorial with the winner's circle presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results from the third race. Windermere Britt was third. Braxton's Boy fifth. Max Patrick was eighth. American Risk, the race winner. No Money Honey finished fourth and had broken equipment. Darby's Fancy was sixth. Century Invictus finished seventh. Melody Maker was second. Fractions were 28-1, 58-1. 127-3, and the mile in 156. In review, 358, 146, 72. American Risk paid $390. The Exactor $41.80. Triactor at $70.50, and the Superfecta was $38.67.
I want to give a birthday shout out tonight to Darren Clough. He's here visiting from Philadelphia. Hope you're enjoying all the races here tonight from Red Shores, and happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores in Summerside. Retro Media is proud to promote their newest book on Dr. Ian Moore, Shadow to Spotlight by author Melissa Keith. The new book may be available for the Christmas season, and racing fans can watch for pre-sale information coming soon at retromedia.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. It's the John Stewart Memorial. Number 5, Sobble Attack, goes from blind to an open bridle. Number 8, Brigus, from a line pole to a head pole on the inside. And I'm going to go with a 2.65. Post time picks a 2.56. Classifier selections 2.63 in the fourth race. 6 minutes. And I want to say a happy stranded holiday to Shelley Argue. Hope you're enjoying your night here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside.
Fourth race is the John Stewart Memorial, the Ron Post Parade. Number 1 is Glenview Ronda. Keith Legg in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Adam Johnson, Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. 2, Louis the Great, owned by Leithwaite, Leslie and Spencer Waite. Leslie does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Bronx Drifter, number 3, owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia. Trained by Trevin Shive, Landon Campbell drives. American Zastar number 4 is owned and trained by Danny Molason of Kensington. Taylor Doyle's up. 5 is Sobble Attack, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callback of Summerside, trained by Darla McCachran. Kenny Murphy drives. 6 is Hamac Maximus, owned and trained by Grace Story of Montague. Jeremy Baker driving. Number 7 is PL Quicksand, owned by Butch Ramsey of Summerside and Billy Companion of Muscush. Billy does the conditioning, driven tonight by Brady Sweet. Number 8 is Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Nick Oakes trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder, players can get in on the early and late Super High Five. Comes up in race number 5 and returns in race number 14 tonight.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's fourth race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. It's the John Stewart Memorial. Landing on the 2 in here, Louis the Great, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith and Les and Spencer Waite. Les Waite is the trainer, and Corey McPherson is in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night. Had the Rail, was a winner by half a length in 1:54 flat. New race win record, 28-1. Closing quarter, that was his 12th lifetime victory and 3rd of the season. Not much more to say about him. He's in a great spot to work it from tonight. Louis the Great with Corey McPherson from post 2 at 6-5. And there we get a peek at the 6. Hal Maximus, 7-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Grace Surrey of Montague. She's also the trainer. Jeremy Baker will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, had the Rail. Finished 4th, just got beat by a length in 1:54-4, 29-4 closing quarter. Was real sharp here July the 12th, left from post 3, and was a winner by 2 lengths in 1:53-2, 29-1. Closing quarter, Jeremy Baker was in the bike. It's Hal Maximus from post 6 with Jeremy Baker, 12-1. And there's a look at the 5, Sobble Attack. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight for Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Donald Colbeck of Summerside. Darla McCachran trains. Kenny Murphy in the bike, changes the bridle up a little bit tonight, goes from a blind to an open bridle. Last start was last Tuesday night here from post 4. Wire-to-wire winner in 1:56 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. 2nd win of the season, 29th career for the 5, Sobble Attack, and Kenny Murphy aboard at 9-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race. John Stewart Memorial, Glenview Ronda, free-legged mare for Keith Legg on the rail at 14-1. The 2 is Louis the Great with Corey McPherson at 4-5. 3 is Bronx Drifter with Landon Campbell, 13-1. American Zestar is 4 with Taylor Doyle at 31-1. The 5 is Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy at 2-1. 6, Hal Maximus and Jeremy Baker at 11-1. PL Quicksand on your screen right now with Brady Sweet at 5-1. Rounding out the field, 8, that is Brigus with Nicholas Oakes at 20-1. That's the field for tonight's 4th race. John Stewart Memorial, good luck with your plays. Tonight's 4th race, field of 8 in the John Stewart Memorial. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Glenview Ronda, Louis the Great, Bronx Drifter, American Zestar. Sobble Attack, Hal Maximus, PL Quicksand, Brigus is on the outside. John Stewart Memorial here in the 4th, top of the stretch. Got some visitors from out west, all the way out from Edmonton. We've got Alex and we got Jackson. Jessie, she's down there in the tarmac somewhere. Here's the 4th, and it's post time. Rough and pacing, Sobble Attack and Louis the Great, the first two out. Glenview Ronda will be third to make the turn. To get away fourth is Bronx Drifter. Moving into fifth, American Jack Star. Away six, Hamac Maximus. Then in seventh, that's PL Quicksand. And the trailer is Brigus on the backstretch. And Sobble Attack takes over the lead in line to Kenny Murphy. Racing from second is Louis the Great. Glenview Ronda goes third, right up into fourth. That's Bronx Drifter. American Jet Star got away fifth with Hamac Maximus sixth. Then PL Quicksand. Brigus the trailer opening quarters up in 28. And a one straight alignment around the turn by the 3/8. Sobble Attack up front on the lead. Racing from second is Louis the Great. That's Glenview Ronda third. Bronx Drifter has fourth. Now in fifth, American Zestar on the move on the outside. Six, PL Quicksand underway. Up seventh is Brigus. And now the trailer. That is Hamac Maximus. 58 seconds flat over to the half mile. Moving next to the 5/8. On the point, Sobble Attack continuing to lead Louis the Great. First up now, third, Bronx Drifter underway. Racing from fourth, Glenview Ronda. Moving up fifth is Hamac Maximus. American Star six. Back into seventh, PL Quicksand. Trailing the field, that is Brigus eight. 3 quarters in the books in 1:26 and 3. They round the top turn for the second and final time. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. Sobble Attack trying to see it through. 2-hole ride, Louis the Great. Glenview Ronda third, way wide, Bronx Drifter on the wire next. Sobble Attack almost there. Sobble Attack hangs on for Kenny Murphy. Louis the Great was closing in late second. Glenview Ronda, she held on to third. The miles in 1:55 and 1. There's the inquiry sign, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 4 under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race, the John Stewart Memorial. Sobble Attack with the bridle chains from close to open tonight. He goes right down the road with Kenny Murphy aboard. 28 and 1, the half in 58 seconds. 1:26 and 3 through a third quarter at them in 28 and 3. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Phil from Universal Media as we see the up close of Sobble Attack getting his 30th lifetime win with Mr. Murphy aboard tonight. For Don Kalbeck and Paul Bigger, great to see them get their back-to-back wins as well. 30 wins with this horse, Sobble Attack. Tonight, 1:55 and 1. Louis the Great in there for second. Glenview Ronda third. It's 5-2-1 unofficially. In the fourth, we'll see Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
The judge's inquiry in the fourth race involves the break on number 7, PL Quicksand, after the first half mile. Sobble Attack on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle from tonight's fourth race. Bay pacing gelding 8 by Better's Delight from the Up the Credit Dam, Ambrosia Sealster. Owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callback of Summerside, bred by Sobble Hill Farms and Nasito Racing of Ontario. Trained by Darla McCachran, Kenny Murphy rolled him on down the road to his 30th lifetime victory tonight. The mile 1:55 and 1/5. Sobel Attack in the fourth. Down in the winner's circle, we have the John Stewart Memorial. Winner's circle cooler presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the fourth race, number 7 PL Quicksand made the break on his own, interfering with number 8 Brigas. PL Quicksand finished 7th and will be placed 8th. Now the official results from the fourth race, Glenview Ronda 3rd, Louis the Great was 2nd, Bronx Drifter 5th, American Zastar 6th, Sobel Attack, the race winner. Hamac Maximus 4th. PL Quicksand finished 7th, was placed 8th for interference on a break. Number 8 Brigas finished 8th, was placed 7th. Fractions went 28 and 1, 58, 126 and 3, and the mile in 155 and 1. In review after the placings 3, 2, 5, 6, 1, 4, 8, 7. Sobel Attack return 550. The Exactor 1270. Triactor $30. And the Superfecta $1237.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Sapphire. It's coming up in Old Home Week 2026 at Charlottetown. Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association are excited to introduce a new signature event, the Sapphire for Open Mares, proudly presented by the Fox Group. The Sapphire will take place on Monday, August 17th for a purse of $30,000. To be eligible for the Sapphire, mares must make a minimum of 2 2026 starts in Atlantic Canada leading into the event in accordance with conditions for the Atlantic Aged Pacing Mares Series. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam momentarily. I'm going to go 3-4-9. Post time picks at 4-3-7. Classifier's choices 4-3-9 in the fifth in 6 minutes.
Fifth race on the track for Post Parade. Number 1 is St. Patrick's Morn. Alan McDonald of East Biddeford owns and trains. Kenny Murphy drives. Number 2, Choose Me, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert, trained by Ricky Armstrong. Adam Murner. Electra Flying 3, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. Number 4, The Feast, owned by Dr. Jim Shive, Ryan's Creek, Nova Scotia, trained by Trevin Shive, Landon Campbell up. Zendaya's Quacker Jack, number 5, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee aboard. Crowd Control, number 6, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, Nick Oakes trains and drives. Number 7 is Starship Sundancer, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Happened for a Reason wears number 8, owned by Mike McGuigan of York, Ivan McPhee from Claresholm, Alberta. Mike trains and drives. Number 9 is Hamac Fancy, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training. Driven tonight by Corey McPherson. 3 minutes to post time. And Rocky, as you just mentioned, we're coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Tuesday night. And once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I looked up and down the page here, Rock, another one that I'm having a hard time coming up with the numbers here. I ended up going to the trailer. That's 9, Hamac Fancy. She put in a real huge effort her last time around. Came from off the pace to finish 3rd, pacing in 56 and 3. Another trip like that tonight should get her right into the winner's circle. I'm using the 4, The Feast. We go from the Maritime Magic Man to the youngest guy with a driver's license here on PEI, and that's Landon Campbell. This horse has been extremely well. 2 wins, 2 deuces, and 4 starts. I'll use him for second. For the Triactor, I went to Electra Flying, 2 starts back. For McLean, a going-away winner in 57 and 3. I like 1, St. Patrick's Morn, for a long shot to be part of it here for 4th. And I close it out with the 7, Starship Sundancer. 9-4-3-1-7 from up here in the booth. Rocky, how do you see it?
Well, if you mix up our numbers for the Superfecta, you have it, right? Like, I mean, 3-4-9-1 is what I'm going with. So you've got 9-4-3-1. And then I put in the 2, Choose Me, for super high 5 players, and you put in the 7. So I like the 3, Electrifying, as you mentioned, that trip 3 starts back, a winner in 2 starts back, a winner in 1:57 and 3 here. That was a new race win record. Daryl McLean was driving. In for second, the 4, The Feast, with the 9, Hamac Fancy, St. Patrick's Morn for 4th, and the 2, Choose Me. He adds a jaw cord tonight to his equipment, and the 6, Crowd Control, goes from a chin chain to an overcheck bit. Good luck in the Super High 5 here in tonight's 5th. Time to have a look at the odds board for tonight's 5th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, 20-cent Super High 5, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. On the rail, St. Patrick's Morn and Kenny Murphy at 19-1. Choose Me, 2 with Adam Murner at 7-1. 3 is Electrifying with Daryl McLean at 7-1. The 4, The Feast, Landon Campbell to drive at 1-2. Zendaya's Crackerjack leaves 5 with Brody McPhee at 9-1. Crowd Control, 6 and Nick Oakes at 53-1. The 7, that's Starship Sundancer and Paul Angel at 7-1. 8 is Happened for a Reason with Mike McGuigan. They're at 18-1. And 9 in the back tier is Hamac Fancy and Corey McPherson at 6-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Super High 5 time. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 5th race has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
St. Patrick's Morn, Choose Me, Electrifying, The Feast. Zendaya's Cracker Jack, Crowd Control. Starship Sundancer, Happened for a Reason, in back the trailer. That is Hamac Fancy. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing, The Feast is firing out on the rail. St. Patrick's Morn, electrifying third as they make their way round the turn. Fourth towards that inside, Choose Me, and he's gone off stride and into the safety lane, out of harm's way. On the backstretch, The Feast and Landing Campbell by 2. St. Patrick's Morn got away second, racing from third, electrifying. Crowd Control is now fourth, racing from fifth, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Sixth, that is Hamac Fancy, and she moving out. Seventh has Happened for a Reason. Starship Sundancer is eighth. In the backfield, Choose Me, 28. And 3 was the front quarter. And off the paddock turn they come, and they're all chasing The Feast in here. Racing from second, that's St. Patrick's Morn. Third is Electrifying. Coming up fourth on the outside, that is Hamac Fancy. At the rail, Crowd Control goes fifth. In sixth, that on the inside is Crowd Control. Racing along the inside, seventh. Zendaya's Cracker Jack, then Happened for a Reason. Towards that inside, rounding the turn, Starship Sundancer, and the trailer, Choose Me. 15 56-4 was the half mile. That was 28-1 in the second. And the Feast, wow, he's got a big time lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Electra Flying is second. Hamac Fancy on the outside third. St. Patrick's Morn fourth. The 3/4 in 1:25 and 1. They're down to an eighth to go, and it's all the Feast in here. Electra Flying trying to close in late. Battle on for the show prize here. Deep stretch now, and the Feast will take Landon Campbell all the way in the super high five. Second, that's Electra Flying. Rallying up for third, Starship Sundancer, and the time for this mile in 1:56 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. The Feast was sharp tonight. Landon Campbell sends him right down the road. 28-3, 56-4, 125 and 1 3/4. And here's the stretch drive as the Feast is going to get his third win lifetime all this season tonight. A new race win record, 156 and 1. Landon Campbell in the bike for the win. Electra Flying in there for second, with Starship Sundancer third. 4-3-7 unofficially in tonight's fifth race. We will see the Feast and Landon Campbell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's the Feast on his way into the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle from the fifth race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3, the son of Stay Hungry off the Big Jim Dam. Bernadette, owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Ryan's Creek, Nova Scotia. Bred by Levon Miller and John McGill. Trained by Trevin Shive, and Landon Campbell will guide the colt to a new pacing record tonight of 156 and 1. The Feast in the super high five.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations. Bring them to your next community event or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in race 5, St. Patrick's Morn 4th. Choose Me was 9th. Electra Flying 2nd. The Feast was the winner. Zendaya's Cracker Jack 6th. Crowd Control finished 7th, had broken equipment. Starship Sundancer 3rd. Happen for a Reason was 8th. Hamac Fancy finished 5th. 28 and 3, 56 and 4, 125 and 1, and the mile in 156 and 1. In review 492, 167, 385. The Feast paid 310. The Exactor was 740, Triactor 4860, and the Super High 5 at 124.66.
I want to give a shout out tonight to the Weeks family of Texas. They're here celebrating Cole Weeks' acceptance into Texas A&M with their PEI family. Hope you're enjoying the races here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. The 2026 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Ground starting at 11 a.m. Join us on October the 8th from 4 till 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. It's the Leon Stewart Memorial. Number 6, Oliver Sweetie, goes from blind to an open-eyed blind bridle. The 2, Next Thing You Know, goes from a Tony Morgan spreader on the outside to spreaders. I'm going 857. Post time picks at 578. Classifier's choice is 857 in the 6th race in 7 minutes.
Leon Stewart Memorial. Sixth race, the Ron Post Parade. Number 1, Highly Toxic. Owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bon Job. Paul does the training, driven by Zach Conway. Next thing you know, number 2, owned by Dunsan Farms of Warren Grove. Nick Oakes trains and drives. The Potion is Motion 3, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Trained by Nick Oakes. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Trouble is Here 4, owned by Mary Jean and Zach Noy, Kristen Phillips, and Krista Dunsford. Trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy driving. 5 is Zaya, owned by Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Wink McCollum does the training, driven by Keith Legg. Oliver Sweetie, number 6, owned and trained by Abby Clough of Cornwall. Brett Clough up. Eagles Claw 7, Brody McPhee driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Tarentum. Gia's Gem, number 8, owned by Donna Wilson of Brookside, Nova Scotia, trained by Toby McDonald. Nellie McDonald driving. Number 9 is Somewhere Racy, owned by Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale. Jeremy Doucette from Mill Cove. Jeff does the training. Jacob Sweet in the sulky. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 6. Just 2 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Summerside, PEI. Stand by for a message from the new HPI app and how to sign up in 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's enter to the track for tonight's 6th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta. Triactor wagering here in the 6th. It's the Leon Stewart Memorial. Landing on the 8, Gia's Gem. She's a long way out, but I think she can get there. Last start at Truro Atlantic Star Stakes B Division on July 24th from Post 5. Finished 4th. Race time 1:57.4. 30-1 on the end of it. This filly's looking for her first lifetime win. It could be tonight. As I mentioned, she is a long way out. I think she'll pick up some cover in here, though, and be a part of this on the end of it. Is Gia's Gem, 3-year-old bay filly by Malicious for Donna Wilson of Brookside, Nova Scotia. She is the owner and the breeder. Toby McDonald is the trainer, and Nellie McDonald will do the driving on the 8. Gia's Gem, 3-1. There's a look at the 5. Zaya, a 3-year-old bay filly by McWickett for Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum is the trainer, and Keith Legg will do the driving. Started at Truro on July 24th. Left from Post 4. Finished second. 1:59.2. 30-2 closing quarter. Paul Lanza was in the bike that night. On the 5, Zaya looking for her 3rd win of the season with Keith Legg. 3-2. Let's have a look at the 7, Eagles Claw, 3-year-old Bay Colt by Bet the Moon for Carson Wilkie of Tarantum, Prince Edward Island, who's also the trainer, and Brody McPhee will do the driving. Qualifier on July the 30th. That was a qualifying drive for Carson Wilkie from post 6. Finished second, 2 minutes and 4/5, 31-1 closing quarter. Another one in here looking for that first win career. 7, Eagles Claw with Brody McPhee at 12-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials are removing the 1 second win variant from this 6th race on. 1 second win variant now removed.
Tonight's 6th race, the Lee and Stewart Memorial, has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Highly toxic. Next thing you know, the potion is motion. Trouble is here, Zaya. Oliver Sweetie, Eagles Claw. G is Gem, she's on the outside. In back the trailer, Somewhere Racy, top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Trouble is here, leaving out. Oliver Sweetie on the rail, highly toxic. In between horses, next thing you know, and a cavalry charge here as they make their way round the turn. Highly toxic, wow, you talk about a long shot leader. Take a look at the tote board. You'll see nothing but 9s, and highly toxic in line to Zach Conway. Right on that choo-choo. Following through for the 2-hole ride is Somewhere Racy, now in 3rd. Next thing you know, racing 4th, Trouble is here. Into 5th, that's Oliver Sweetie. 6 up the rail, Zaya, 29 and 3 the quarter. Now in 6th, the potion is motion. Moving up from the outside. From 8th on the outside is Eagles Claw. And then the trailer in 9th as they move through the stretch. The opening half mile comes next. And highly toxic will be halfway home. Somewhere Racy goes 2nd, 3rd. Next thing you know, Trouble is here 4th. There goes Zaya sent to the outside 5th. Then in 6th, it's Oliver Sweetie. 7th is Eagles Claw. G is Gem is 8th, and the trailer after a break. The potion is motion. 1 minute and 1 for half a mile. Highly toxic continuing to lead. Somewhere Racy muscles up in the 2-hole. Up on the outside 3rd. Zaya gets there. In at the rail, next thing you know, 4th. Oliver Sweetie sent to the outside 5th. Now in 6th is Eagles Claw. G is Gem is coming late from 7th. 3/4 in 1:30. And 4, Somewhere Racy takes over with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Zaya's on the outside 2nd, highly toxic. Back to 3rd. Next thing you know, fourth. Down the stretch they come. Somewhere Racy. Zaya's on the outside. Gia's Gem comes late. Somewhere Racy in line to Jacob Sweet. Second is Zaya. Up for third, Gia's Gem. And the time for the mile in 2:01 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. The Leon Stewart Memorial. Highly Toxic went to the front, 29.3, the half a minute, 1 3/4, 1:30 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. We're seeing Somewhere Racy. Goes into a new barn, the Jeff Wallace stable for Jeff Wallace and Jeremy Doucette. Jacob Sweet in the bike tonight. 6th lifetime start. They get a maiden record tonight. Tonight the mile in 2:01 flat. Up for second is the 5, Zaya with the 8. Gia's Gem third, 9.58 unofficially. In tonight's 6th race, we're going to see Somewhere Racy and Jacob Sweet. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Reds Winner's Circle next.
Somewhere Racy's going to the Woodmere Standard Reds Winner's Circle here in the 6th. Big pacing gelding each 3 by Somewhere Fancy from the Shanghai Phil Dam Racy Miss. Home of Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale and first-time owner Jeremy Doucette from Mill Cove. Jeff Wallace does the training. Bred by Robin Burke of Brackley, Jacob Sweet will guide him to victory and a maiden record tonight of 2:01 and a 1/5. Somewhere Racy captures the Leon Stewart Memorial with the Winner's Circle. Cooler presentation. Now the official results from the sixth race, Highly Toxic, 6. Next thing you know, 5th. The Potion is Motion did not finish. Trouble is Here was 8th. Zaya finished 2nd. Oliver Sweetie 4th. Eagle's Claw was 7th. Gia's Gem finished 3rd. Somewhere Racy was the race winner. They went 29 and 3, 1 minute 1, 1:30 and 4, and the mile 2:01 and 1. In review, 6-5 did not finish. 8-2-4, 7-3-1. Somewhere Racy 22:40 to win. Exactor 55.60. Triactor 123.40. There is a superfecta carryover.
Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Julia's up here right now in the oval. This is the last call, 50-50. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders 2026. That stake will take place at Red Shores in Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October the 15th, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 17th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race, a field of 9. I like 5-4-3. Post time picks at 3-5-4. The classifier's choice is 3-4-7 in the 7th race in 7 minutes.
Pineapple Express on the 7th race parade, owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Brindalbin. Hamac Charger number 2 is owned by Paul Conway of Bon John, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the conditioning. Zach will do the driving. Abiding Art 3, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge, trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson drives. Number 4 is Woodmere Cella, owned by Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. Dana Sweet trains and drives. Dana celebrates his birthday on this day, and it's happy birthday from Debbie Lynn, Jesse, Erica, and Caden. So wishing Dana Sweet the happiest of birthdays. Number 5 is Levi Sonic, owned by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collins. Paul Langell drives. Red Dirt Nellabella 6 is owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Chris Davies. Brett Clowup. Handle on You 7, Norris Rogers is the driver. Matty Rogers of Summerside is the owner, now trained by Carl Williams. Number 8 is First Glance, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy drives. 9 is Elm Grove Treasure, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove, trained by Jeff Wallace. That's Jason Hughes. 3 minutes to post time. The nomination deadline for Gold Cup and Saucer entries is Monday, August 10th at 3 p.m. Atlantic time.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 5, Levi Sonic. 5-year-old Bay Gelding by American Ideal for Tommy Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart. Tammy Collins, the trainer, and Paul Langell is in the bike. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 2. Finished 7th. Race timed 1:58 and 4, 32 and 3 closing quarter. Jeremy Baker was in the bike. Had 3 wins last season, 1:51 and 4 at Philadelphia's 5/8 mile track. And he's looking for his first win of the season. Could be tonight. That's the 5, Levi Sonic with Paul Langell at 5-1. There we get a peek at the 4, Woodmere Cella, 11-year-old bay mare by Articulator for Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. The birthday boy, Dana Sweet, is the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 3. Finished 5th. Race time 1:58 and 4, 30 and 3 on the end of it. Has a win this season, 1:59 and 4 this season earlier on here at Summerside. Woodmere Cella leaving 4 tonight with Dana Sweet, 8-1. And there's a look at the 3, Abiding Art, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Roll With It Harry for Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. George Renison trains. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Last Tuesday night here, left from post 3, was parked to the quarter in 27 and 3. Then he finished 4th, just beat a length and a half, 1:57 and 2, 31 and 1 closing quarter. 2 wins this season from 13 tries thus far, 1:56 and 2 season's best right here at Summerside. That's the 3, Abiding Art with Corey McPherson, 4-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor wagering here in the 7th. Pineapple Express and Billy McKay Jr. at 7-1. Almac Charger and Zach Conway 25-1. Abiding Art 3 and Corey McPherson at 3-5. 4 is Woodmere Chella and Dana Sweet at 10-1. 5, Levi Sonic and Paul Angel at 7-2. Red Dirt Nellabella with Brett Clough from post 6 at 69-1. Handle on You 7 with Norris Rogers at 5-1. The 8 First Glance on your screen with Kenny Murphy aboard 11-1. In the back tier, Elm Grove Treasure with Jason Hughes at 30-1. That's the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 7th race has a full field of 9 heading up to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Pineapple Express, Almac Charger, Abiding Art. Woodmere Cello, Levi Sonic, Red Dirt, Nellabella. Handle on You, First Glance on the outside. In back trailing, Elm Grove Treasure. 7th race, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Levi Sonic, Woodmere Chella, and Abiding Art. That trio leaving out. 4th one to the turn. That is Pineapple Express. The getaway 5th. On the rail is Elm Grove Treasure. Now in 6th is Almac Charger. Red Dirt Nellabella 7th. From 8th, that's Handle on You and off stride and down in the backfield as they race along the backstretch and go to that opening quarter. Abiding Art is all alone on the lead. Racing from 2nd, Levi Sonic 27. 4 big time opener here, and the race is on. By the 3/8 they go. Abiding Art is out in front with McPherson. Racing from 2nd as they move through the stretch. Approaching the midway point, Levi Sonic. Now in 3rd, it's Elm Grove Treasure. 4th, at the inside is Almac Charger. From 5th, this First Glance. Red Dirt Nellabella is 6th. Handle on You is 7th. 57 seconds flat was the half, and there is the inquiry. Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials now declare a no contest. The 7th race tonight has been declared a no contest by the racing officials. There will be refunds of all monies wagered here on race number 7. No contest in the 7th. The entire race will be refunded. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's 7th race has been declared a no contest by the racing officials. So if you wagered your money on race number 7 here in Summerside, it will be refunded at any of the pari-mutuel windows. Complete refund, no contest declared in the 7th race.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players with an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores.
8th race on Post Parade, number 1, Dylan Sam. The owners are Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. 2, Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey trains and drives. 3 is Kraken Sealster, owned by Carl Campbell from Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Ryan DeRoche is the trainer-driver. 4 is Acrobat Hanover, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Chris Davies, Brett Clough. 5 is Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Greg McGinnis. Tonight, Brody McPhee. Starship Destiny 6, the owners are Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett, trained by Mario Macri, Kenny Murphy. 7 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. 8 is Tobin's Gem, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, driven by Keith Legg. 9 is La Barbe, owned by Cameron Racing, Brenda McGinnis and Lynn Whitlock, trained by Taylor Doyle. Adam Murner drives. Down to your final call for wagering. The post time clock has expired here in race number 8. It's your last call to make your 8th race selections. Rocky is back with the top contenders, but first a message from Atlantic Lottery, celebrating 50 years in Atlantic Canada.
1976. Bell bottoms and boogie fever were all the rage. And so was Atlantic Lottery's very first game and live draw. A lot has changed since then, but one thing has remained the same: our commitment to communities across Atlantic Canada. From keeping 100% of profits in the region to sponsoring important community initiatives, we're celebrating 50 years of being from here, for here.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor wagering here in the 8th. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. I'm going to the 2 in here. That's Cheeky Play, 7-year-old Big Yelling by Shadow Play for Aubrey Cameron and Corey McPherson. Corey's also the trainer and the driver. Good start at Charlottetown, July 25th from post 2. He finished 3rd with a mile in 1:55.4, 28.2 closing quarter. Has 2 wins, 1:57.2 season's best at Charlottetown. It's Cheeky Play and Corey McPherson, 9-5. There's a look at the 9, La Barbe. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Sunshine Beach for Vance Cameron, Brendan McGinnis, and Lynn Whitlock. Taylor Doyle trains. It's Adam Murner tonight in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from post 3, cut it out, finished 2nd, 1:56.2, 29.2 closing quarter. Has 2 wins, 1:57.4 this season at Charlottetown. It's La Barbe in the back tier with Adam Murner aboard. He's looking for his 2nd win tonight, and they are 10-1. There's a look at the 3, Kraken Sealster, 6-year-old Brown Gelding by Lazarus for Carl Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Ryan DeRoche is the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from post 5. He finished 5th. Race time 1:56, 29.1 closing quarter. He's dropping down a little bit in class, I believe, tonight. The 3, Kraken Sealster's got 2 wins. Northside Downs 1:59.3. Season's best. Post 3, 7-2. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 9. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Dylan Sam, Cheeky Play, Kraken Sealster, Acrobat Hanover, Hunger Pang, Starship Destiny, Starship Zodiac, and Tobin's Jammer up front. In back the trailer, LaBarbe. It's the 8th race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Kraken Sealster, Cheeky Play, Dylan Sam leaving out. LaBarbe will follow through fourth as they make the turn. Coming up fifth is Hunger Pangs, Acrobat Hanover 6. From the outside for seventh, that is Tobin's Gem. Then in eight, Starship Destiny, and the trailer, that is Starship Zodiac. Along the back stretch for the first time, Cheeky Play up front in unfamiliar territory tonight. Right on the engine here for Corey McPherson. Second, that's Dylan Sam. LaBarbe followed through third. Then in fourth, that is Kraken Sealster, 28 and 2, the opener. Racing from fifth is Hunger Fangs on the turn 6. Coming up the turn and straightening through the stretch, the opening half mile is the next station, and that's Cheeky Play, the leader on Dylan Sam. LaBarbe continuing third. Fourth is Kraken Sealster. Then in fifth, that is Hunger Fangs. 6 is Tobin's Gem. 7th, Acrobat Hanover. Then in 8th, Starship Destiny. And Starship Zodiac 9:58 seconds flat was the half mile. 3/8 of a mile left to go. Cheeky Play the leader. There goes LaBarbe up on the outside second. Third up the rail, Dylan Sam coming to the outside fourth. Kraken Sealster underway. Moving up fifth, that is Tobin's Gem coming 3 wide and marching late. 3/4 in the books. Cheeky Play in 1:27 and 3. LaBarbe now in the middle. 3 high. Tobin's Gem coming to call, and they're homeward bound now. Tobin's Gem on the outside, the leader. LaBarbe is second. Cheeky Play third. Coming late is Kraken Sealster on the wire. It is Tobin's Gem to win it. LaBarbe held second. We'll need a show photo in here, and a time for the mile in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Cheeky Play goes to the front, 28-2, the half in 58 seconds flat, 1:27 and 3 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. LaBarbe came first over. They battled down to that three-quarter mile mark, and they're 4 wide down the stretch here, and the farthest one 8. Out is the 8. Tobin's Gem, and Keith Legg is going to get a driving double tonight. They're going to win tonight in 1:57 and 1. Tobin's Gem's 3rd win of the season, 6th career. Trainer George Renison doubles up tonight. Keith Legg doubles up as well. In for second, that's the 9, LaBarbe. Up for third is the 2, Cheeky Play. 8-9-2 unofficially in tonight's 8th race. We'll see Tobin's Gem and Keith Legg in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Tobin's Gem on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle here in the 8th race. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Flameproof Hanover. Off the Lismara Dam, Grace Sealster. Owned by Renderson Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia. Bred by Wendell Williams. Trainer George Renderson has the double. Driver Keith Legg, he has the double. And the colt will stop the clock tonight in 1:57 and a 1. Tobin's Gem with the Legg and the Renison, they double here in the 8th. Here's the official results now in the 8th race. Dylan Sam 6th, Cheeky Play 3rd, Kraken Sealster 5th, Acrobat Hanover was 8th, Hunger Pangs finished 7th, Starship Destiny 4th, Starship Zodiac was 9th, Tobin's Gem was the race winner, LaBarbe finished 2nd, Fractions up in 28 and 2, 58, 127 and 3, and the mile 157 and 1. In review 635, 874, 912. Tobin's Gem 1060 to win. The exactor 154.60. Triactor at 296.70. And the superfactor 198.15.
Time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready for $552. Tonight's winning number is 354419. For $552, tonight's winning 50-50 draw number is 354419. Good luck. Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast features exciting action, camera angles in HD, commentary, interviews, paddock cam, and more. For post-time picks, player portal, and free race programs, go to Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race, PI Colt Stakes, the Graduate Series, Grassroots, for $6,000. I like 476. Post-time picks like 647. And the classifier's choice is 465 in the 9th in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that close show photo from tonight's 8th race. You've seen the 2, Cheeky Play, just nipping the 6, Starship Destiny. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Ninth race is the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. Number 1, Income Approach. Owned and trained by Rachel McDonald from Black Point, Nova Scotia. Keith Legg drives. Mark it up. Number 2, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Number 3, Just a Country Boy, owned by Won't Back Down Stable, North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum is the trainer. Tonight, Jason Hughes. DJ Mustang 4, owned by Saul Lanigan, Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, and Brady Doyle. Saul does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Big Pond Cash, number 5, owned by Matt and David Burke, Ryan and Everett McLeod, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Number 6 is Red Eye to Shanghai, owned by Wade Myers and Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Wade does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Number 7, the Tulsa King, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mike Dix from Wabam, Alberta. Mike McGuigan does the training, and the drive goes to Corey McPherson. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 9, a division of the graduate. 2 minutes to post time. Red Shores is the 2026 title sponsor of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series in the Grassroots Division.
Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw is Kenny Carr from New Annan. Congratulations. Let's go out to the track for tonight's 9th race. PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division for $6,000. Landing on the 4, DJ Mustang. 4-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Saul Lanigan, Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, and Brady Doyle. Saul Lanigan is the trainer, and Kenny Murphy is in the bike. Started at Charlottetown in the Graduate Series on July 25th. Left on the outside 8. Finished 4th. Race time 1:54.3. 28-2. Closing quarter. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Up here on Governor's Plate night, July the 18th, left from post 2, finished 2, race timed in 1:53.2, 28-3 closing quarter. Adam Murner was in the bike. Has a record of 154 that he equaled this season with 3 wins from 19 tries thus far. DJ Mustang from post 4 with Mr. Murphy aboard at 2-1. And I got a belated birthday wish going out tonight to Brittany Fitzgerald. From all of us here at Red Shores, happy belated birthday. There's a look at the 7, the Tulsa King, a 4-year-old big gelding by Shadow Play for Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mike Dix of Wabamum, Alberta. Mike McGuigan trains and Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown July 25th from post 6. Finished 7th, race timed in 1:55 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. Took a record of 1:52.4 at Charlottetown. If you look 4 back, on July the 4th with Jill Barrio aboard, closed it out in 27-3. That was a wire-to-wire victory from post 4. The Tulsa King, post 7 tonight with Corey McPherson, 3-1. And there's a look at the 6, Red Eye to Shanghai, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Wade Myers and Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Wade Myers is the trainer. Adam Murner in the bike. Started at Charlottetown July 25th, had the rail, finished 5th, 1:54.4, 28-1 closing quarter. I look 4 down to that start June the 27th on the rail. A wire-to-wire winner by nose and a new record time of 1:54.4, 28-2 closing quarter. Adam Murner was in the bike, and he's in the bike tonight. Red Eye to Shanghai, 7-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 9th race, PEI Colt Stakes, Graduate Series, Grassroots for $6,000. Income Approach and Keith Legg. He's looking for a driving triple tonight. They're 2-1. The 2 is Mark It Up with Jacob Sweet. He's looking for a driving double tonight. They're at 9-1. The 3, Just a Country Boy with Jason Hughes at 32-1. The 4 is DJ Mustang and Kenny Murphy at 7-5. Big Pond Cash is 5 with Paul Angel at 9-1. 6, Red Eye to Shanghai with Adam Erner at 5-1. Rounding out the field on the outside, 7 is the Tulsa King and Corey McPherson at 7-2. That's the field for tonight's 9th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 9th race, a field of 7 in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Income Approach, Mark It Up, Just a Country Boy, DJ Mustang, Big Pond Cash, Red Eye to Shanghai, and the Tulsa Kings on the outside. It's the Graduate. It's the 9th. They're at the top of the stretch. A whole lot less people in Alberta seems to be lately. We had a couple up here earlier. How's about Clicker Doyle? Oh, he's back in Summerside, and he's here to watch the 9th. Post time. Up and pacing, DJ Mustang will fire out. Income Approach along the rail second. Mark It Up will round the turn third. Coming up fourth from the outside, that's the Tulsa King. Away fifth up the rail, Just a Country Boy. Then in sixth, Big Pond Cash, followed by the trailer. Red Eye to Shanghai along the backstretch. Income Approach demands the lead, and Keith Legg has got him right on the choo-choo here. On by the first quarter, DJ Mustang had to settle up for the 2-hole ride, and they're sitting up. Boom! Just like that, 27-2 the opening quarter, the series leader. Income Approach on her out to the opening half mile. DJ Mustang is second, Mark It Up third. The Tulsa King took a seat fourth. Then in fifth, Just a Country Boy. Sixth is Big Pond Cash. Trailing the field, Red Eye to Shanghai is seventh. They're halfway home in the Graduate. 56 and 3 was the half. Down to 3/8 of a mile left to go, and Income Approach continuing to lead. DJ Mustang, Mark It Up is their third. Swinging to the outside fourth. That is the Tulsa King on the move. Big Pond Cash is picked up fifth. Then in sixth, Just a Country Boy on the outside. Red Eye to Shanghai is seventh. The 3/4 up in 1:25 and 4/8 of a mile left to go. Income Approach is still there. The Tulsa King on the outside second. DJ Mustang third. Down the stretch they come. Income Approach. DJ Mustang coming up the rail late. Income Approach and Legg to go all the way. DJ Mustang second. The Tulsa King third. And the time for the mile, 1:54 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Income Approach and Keith Legg go right down the road. 27-2, 56-3, 125-4 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Philip from Universal Media as we see Income Approach out in the middle here. Up the inside is DJ Mustang. The Tulsa King is third, but they're not denying him tonight. Income Approach gets a new race win record tonight, 1:54 flat. Keith Legg triples up in the bike tonight. DJ Mustang is second, the Tulsa King third. 1-4-7 unofficially. In tonight's 9th race, we will see Income Approach and Keith Legg in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Income Approach going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle in the 9th race. Bay Pacing gelding 4 by State Treasurer from the Big Jim Dam, Bold Amaretto. Owned and trained by Rachel McDonald from Black Point, Nova Scotia. Bred by Sealster Farms of Lucan, Ontario. Keith Legg's having a night tonight in Summerside. That's his 3rd trip to the Winner's Circle. He's got the triple, and the horse has never been better than he was tonight right here in Summerside, pacing to a new race win record of 154 flat. Income Approach and the Keith Legg triple in the Graduate at Summerside. Now the official results from the 9th race. Income Approach was the winner. Marky Adopt 7th. Just a Country Boy 4th. DJ Mustang was 2nd. Big Pond Cash finished 5th. Red Eye to Shanghai was 6th. The Tulsa King finished 3rd. Fractions went 27 and 2. 56 and 3. 125 and 4. And the mile in 154. In review, 174, 2563. Income Approach paid $440. The Exactor 610, Triactor 1440, Superfactor was $793.
Got a happy birthday wish going out tonight to Claire Essen. Celebrated her birthday yesterday. From all of us here at Red Shores, happy birthday. You can wager at the track or from home with HPI, and it's free to sign up at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Play the horses at Redshores, Summerside, and Charlottetown. For more information on all offers, visit hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Scratch down to a field of 8 with the scratch of number 8, J.J. Patrick. I'm going 3-7-1. Post time picks at 1-9-3. And the classifier's choice is 7-6-1 in tonight's 10th race in 6 minutes.
Race 10s on post parade. Number 1, Usurper. Kenny Murphy driving for owner-trainer Mike Peters of Emmyvale. Premier Heiress number 2, owned by Stephen Chisholm from Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Wink McCollum is the trainer. Keith Leggs aboard. Edge of the World 3, owned by Brent LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. Number 4, Dolly Sky, is owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Mario Macri. Jason Hughes catch drives. 5 is Silver Jake. Corey McPherson driving tonight for owner-trainer Devin Wallace, Bloomfield. Hockey's Day 06, owned by Timberley Standard Brands of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Number 7 is Brookdale George, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell up. Number 8, J.J. Patrick is scratched. 9 is Julian I Am, owned by Grace and Lily Story of Montague. Grace does the training. Jeremy Baker above the wheels. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 10 for driver profiles, winning post positions, free race programs, and post time picks. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. I'm landing on the 3, Edge of the World, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Brett LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett's also the trainer and the driver, dropping down in class a little bit from his last start here on July 28th, last Tuesday night. From post 2, he finished 6th, race time 157.3, 29.3 on the end of it. Has a win this season, 158.1 at Charlottetown earlier on in the season. He's got a great spot to work from tonight. That's the 3, Edge of the World with Brett LeBlanc at 2-1. There we get a peek at the 7, Brookdale George, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer, and Paul Angel will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown on July the 25th, had the rail, finished 3rd, just beat a length. Race timed in 156 flat, 28.4. Closing quarter, Paul Angel was in the bike. He's still looking for his first win of the season. Could be tonight. He's a long way out, but he could get there. Brookdale George and Paul Angel, post 7, 3-1. And I went up and down the program, looked up and down and up. And I landed on this horse a couple of times. Then I come off him. I put him in for 3rd, though. I had him on top here for a little bit, and then I changed my mind. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. He's on the rail. It's Usurper. He's a free-legged 9-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer from Mike Peters of Emmyvale, who's also the trainer. Kenny Murphy is in the bikes. Got a win tonight, looking for his 2nd. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 6, finished 3rd. Closed up real good down the stretch. Just got beat by half a length. 157.1, 30.1 closing quarter. He's looking for his first win in a couple of seasons. Usurper on the rail tonight with Kenny Murphy aboard at 5-2. Time to have a look at the odds board for tonight's 10th race. Scratch down to a field of 8. On the rail, Usurper and Kenny Murphy at 2-1. The 2 is Premier Heiress and Keith Legg looking for win number 4 tonight. They're at 18-1. Edge of the World 3 and Brett LeBlanc at 2-1. The 4, Dolly Sky and Jason Hughes at 19-1. Silver Jake 5 with Corey McPherson there at 8-1. 6 is Hawkish Deo and Jacob Sweet at 9-2. 7, Brookdale George with Paul Angel at 2-1. 8, JJ Patrick has been scratched. And the 9, Julian I Am with Jeremy Baker, 22-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 10th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 10th race, scratched down to a field of 8. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Usurper, Premier Heiress, Edge of the World. Dolly Sky, Silver Jake, Hockey's Deo, Brookdale George up front. The trailer, Julian I Am, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Premier Eris is leaving out. Usurper along the rail, joining them. Silver Jake on the outside, rounding the turn third. Julian I Am going off stride, rounding the turn from fourth. Now into fourth, Edge of the World. Racing from fifth is Dolly Sky. Then in sixth, Hockey's Deo. Seventh is Brookdale George, and the trailer after the break. Julian I Am along the back stretch, off stride on the lead. Usurper self-destructed in here by the quarter, now led by Silver Jake. Opened it up in 27 and 4. Wilder on the lightning fast track on this night in Summerside, and that's Silver Jake and McPherson out in front. Racing from second is Premier Eris. Third at the rail, that is Edge of the World. Racing from fourth, Dolly Sky on the move, and the outside fifth, Brookdale George. Moving out sixth is Hockey's Deo. Usurper now seventh, and the trailer, that is Julian I Am, 59 and 2 off a big time opener. They shut her down in the second panel. On the backstretch they go to three quarters. Silver Jake the leader. Brookdale George on the outside second. Premier Eris third at the rail. Fourth is Edge of the World. Hockey's Deo fifth. And sixth, Dolly Sky. Julian I Am is seventh. Off stride and trailing. Usurper. The 3 quarters completed in 1:29 flat. Around the turn they go, and an eighth of a mile out, and Silver Jake turning home. Premier Eris races second. On the outside, Brookdale George third. Down the stretch they come. Silver Jake almost there. Premier Eris, Brookdale George on the outside. Silver Jake hangs on with McPherson. Premier Eris was second. It might have been Brookdale George third. There will be a show photo. 1:58.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. We saw Silver Jake inherit the lead, the quarter 27 and 4, the half and 59 and 2, 129 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. My top choice couldn't get through here. He looked like he had a ton of horse. That was the 3, Edge of the World. But Silver Jake is going to hang on to win this tonight in 1:58 and 4. Second win of the season, 11th career win for Silver Jake. Corey McPherson gets his second win on the card. Premier Eris in there for second. Up for third is the 7, Brookdale George. 5-2-7 unofficially. In the 10th race, we're going to see Silver Jake and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's a look at Silver Jake on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from the 10th race. Bay facing Gelding Ease 8 by Cougar Hall from the Estrello Stampede in Silver. Owned and trained by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Bred by the late Frank Banks of Summerside. Corey McPherson picks up his second winner. He's got the double, the miles in 1:58 and 4. Silver Jake and the McPherson double in the 10th. Here's the official results now from the 10th. Usurper was 8th. Premier Era 2nd. Edge of the World 5th. Dolly Sky 4th. Silver Jake was the race winner. Hockey's Dale finished 6th. Brookdale George was 3rd. J.J. Patrick was scratched. Julian I.M. finished 7th. They went 27-4, 59-2, 129, and the mile in 158-4. In review, it's 825, 416, 3 scratch 7. Silver Jake 25-20 on the nose. The exactor 257.40. The triactor 1,047.65. There is a superfecta carryover.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a Pick 4 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race, field of 9 in here. I'm going with a 9-2-1 in here. Post time picks at 296. Classifier's choices 7-9-2 in the 11th race in 7 minutes.
Apple Pie Moonshine on the 11th race parade, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke from Donaldston. Luke does the training, driven tonight by Keith Legg. 2 is Animosity, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRasha. Number 3, Beth, owned by Max Webster Stable, and Madison Poirier of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Owned by Timberley Standard Breds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, training and driving. Number 4, Timberley Lady. Going yard 5, owned by Renison Racing of True Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson. Molly Malone, number 6, owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Fred does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 7 is Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Run for the Money wears number 8, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside, Brandon McDougall of Alberton, Brady Sweet trains and drives. Number 9, You Bet I'm Easy, is owned by Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowther, trained by Chris McKay, Paul Langels in the sulky. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Thank you to Berkey by the Bay Stables, title sponsor of the 2026 Island Oceans Trot Series.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, Triactor, 20-cent Superfecta. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. Landing on the 9 in the back tier. That's You Bet I'm Easy, a 3-year-old brown filly by Tobago Cays for Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers. Chris McKay is now the trainer, and Paul Angel is in the bike. The last start for You Bet I'm Easy was at Truro on July 24th. Left on the rail. Was a winner by 2 and 155 and 3, 28 and 4 on the end of it. Jill Barrio was in the bike. That was a new race win record and her 5th lifetime win. She's in the back tier tonight. You Bet I'm Easy with Paul Angel, 5-2. There's a look at the 2, Animosity, a 4-year-old bay mare by Malicious for Chris McGinnis of Hampshire. Greg McGinnis trains, and Ryan Darash is in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night in the outside 8. Finished second, just beat a length, 157 and 2, 28 and 4. Closing quarter. This mare had 4 wins last season. She's looking for her first of this season. Post 2 tonight. Animosity, Ryan Darash, 2-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Apple Pie Moonshine, a 4-year-old bay mare by Bet the Moon for Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke Burke trains. Keith Legge's having himself a night tonight. He's got 3 wins. He's in the bike. The last start was here last Tuesday night from post 3. Finished 4th, 156 and 4, 28 and 3 on the end of it. July 21st here. That was a Tuesday from post 6. A winner by 2 in 156 and 2. New race win record. Keith Legge was in the bike. He's in the bike tonight. Apple Pie Moonshine. 5-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 11th race. Field of 9. Apple Pie Moonshine is 6-1. The 2, Animosity at 3-1. 3 is Beth. At 12 to 1 for Timberly Lady. At 18 to 1, the 5 is Going Yard. At 5 to 1, 6 Molly Malone with Kenny Murphy at 16 to 1. Ms. Moy 7 at 2 to 1. The 8 Run for the Money with Brady Sweet at 20 to 1. And in the back tier 9, You Bet I'm Easy with Paul Angel at 3 to 1. That's the field for tonight's 11th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 11th race has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Apple Pie Moonshine, Animosity, Beth, Timberly Lady, Going Yard, Molly Malone, Ms. Moy's Run for the Money, in back, You Bet I'm Easy, top of the stretch. 11th race, ready for a start. Often pacing, leaving out from the center, that's Timberly Lady. Second one as they make their way on around that turn is Animosity coming up from the outside. Third, Ms. Moy's at the rail, that's Apple Pie Moonshine in fourth. Going Yard has fifth. In sixth, that is Beth. Molly Malone's away seventh. You Bet I'm Easy is eighth, and Run for the Money ninth. Along the back stretch and going to the quarter, up from the outside, here's Animosity to take over top spot. In line to Ryan DeRoche. Timberly Lady goes second. Then in third, Ms. Moyes. Another quarter's up in 27 and 4. Welcome to the fastest half-mile racetrack in the country on this night. Down the stretch for time one, and here comes the opening half-mile, led by Animosity. The backfield in motion now. Racing from second, Timberly Lady. Beth up from the outside third. Racing fourth is Ms. Moyes. Apple Pie Moonshine fifth. Here comes You Bet I'm Easy getting into it sixth. 58 and 4. 31 seconds in the second quarter. Up the backstretch they go, and they're led to three quarters by Animosity. Timberly Lady is second. Beth on the outside third. Three high, You Bet I'm Easy marches up fourth. Then in fifth, in up the rail, Ms. Moyes. Apple Pie Moonshine sixth. Going Yard seventh. Molly Malone is eighth. Run for the Money ninth. The three quarters up in a 1. 28 and 4. Eighth of a mile left to go. Animosity looking to close it out from here. Timberly Lady is second. Ms. Moyes on the outside third. Going Yard coming on at the rail late fourth, but it's Animosity for Ryan DeRoche on the line. Going Yard rallied up the inside second. Third is Timberly Lady, and the time for the mile in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Animosity moved out and went to the front, 27-4 to the quarter, shut them down 31 seconds in the second, 58-4, 128-4 to three quarters. Here's the stretch drive. Animosity's going to get her first win of the season and a new race win record tonight, 157-1. In for second is the 5 Going Yard. Timberly Lady up there for third, 2-5-4 unofficially. In tonight's 11th race, we'll see Animosity and Ryan DeRoche in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
This mare's been turned into a real nice raceway mare for Team McGinnis, and that's Animosity going to the 11th race winner's circle on this Tuesday night. Big pacing mare of 4 by Militias from the Peruvian Hanover Dam, A&G's Creek, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, bred by Jeff Hinniker of Nova Scotia. Trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRoche will guide her to victory. The mare gets her 5th lifetime victory tonight. It's a new pacing record of 157 and a 1. Animosity in the 11th. Here's the official results now in the 11th race. Apple Pie Moonshine was 8th. Animosity, the race winner. Beth finished 6th. Kimberly Lady 3rd. Going Yard was 2nd. Molly Malone finished 9th. Ms. Moyes 4th. Run for the Money was 5th. You Bet I'm Easy was 7th. 27 and 4. 58 and 4. 128 and 4. The mile 157 and 1. In review, it's 816 329 457. Animosity paid $5.70. The exactor was $22. The triactor $101.50. Superfecta $35.65.
Thank you to the Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association, title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race, PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series, Grassroots Division. I'm going with a 8-2-6 in here. Scratch the 3 chromed up out of this race. Post time picks going 2-6-8. Classifier selection 6-8-2 in the 12th in 7 minutes.
Second division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series on the 12th parade. Number 1 is Good Omen. Owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Jacob Sweet training and driving for owners Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Number 2, Bet 'em Alive. 3 chromed up is Scratch. Number 4, Woodmere Sinatra. Owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Mapo O'Reilly, number 5, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, Ryan DeRage. Hamac Exclusive 6, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman. Leslie Wade trains, driven by Corey McPherson. Brookdale Layton, number 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Kenny Murphy driving. Number 8 is Starship Glide, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. The drive goes to Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. Special thank you to Red Shores, title sponsor of the 2026 PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering, PEI Colt Stakes, Graduate Series, Grassroots Division, scratch the 3. Chromed Up, landing on the outside horse, Starship Glide, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Control the Moment for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, is the trainer, and Adam Murner will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown, July 25th, left from post 2. Sat 2 was a winner by a length and a half in 1:53.3. New race win record, 20th lifetime win for Starship Glide. Adam Murner drives tonight, right now, 3-2. There we see the 2, Bet 'em Alive. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Lazarus for Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. He's looking for win number 2 tonight. Started at Charlottetown July 25th from post 3. Cut it out, finished 3rd. 1:54.2, 28.4. Closing quarter. Come to Summerside July the 16th. For left from post 3 was a wire-to-wire winner in 1:54.2. New race win record, 28 seconds flat. And then July 21st here from post 3 was a winner by quarter of a length in 1:54.4, 27.4 on the end of it. Bet 'em Alive, leaving 2 tonight with Jacob Sweet, 9-5. And there we get a peek at the 6, Hal Mack exclusive. 5-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith and Les Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite trains and Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown on July 25th from post 4. Finished 2nd, just beat by a length and a half. Race time 1:53.4, 27.3. Snappy last quarter. David Dowling was in the bike. 3 wins this season, 1:55.4 seasons best here at Summerside. June 24th with Corey McPherson in the bike. Hal Mack exclusive, post 6 and Corey McPherson. 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 12th race. Scratched down to a field of 7. Good Omen, Paul Angel, 9-1. Bet 'em Alive and Jacob Sweet at 2-1. Chromed Up has been scratched. Woodmere Sinatra with David Dowling at 11-1. Mappo O'Reilly and Ryan Darash at 13-1. Hamac Exclusive and Corey McPherson at even money. Brookdale Leighton with Kenny Murphy at 21-1. And Starship Glide with Adam Murner at 3-1. That's the field for tonight's 12th race. PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 12th race, PI Coal Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. Scratched down to a field of 7, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Here's Vance Cameron.
Good Omen, Bet 'em Alive, Woodmere Sinatra, Mapo O'Reilly, Hamac Exclusive, Brookdale Layton, and Starship Glide are at the top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Graduate Series post time. Rough and pacing, Bet 'em Alive, Good Omen, and joining them is Hamac Exclusive, third into the turn. Woodmere Sinatra's away fourth, Mapo O'Reilly around the turn fifth, and in sixth, Brookdale Layton, and the early trailer, Starship Glide in seven. To the back stretch for time one, it'll be Bet 'em Alive to show the way early, in line to Jacob Sweet. Two-hole ride, that belongs to Good Omen, racing away in third. Hamac Exclusive, Woodmere Sinatra goes fourth. Mapo O'Reilly's in fifth, then sixth. That is Brookdale Layton, and trailing the field, Starship Glide. They open it up in 28. And 2, straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. On the point, Bet 'em Alive is the fraction setter. Second, that is Good Omen coming out of the turn in third. That's Hamac Exclusive, Woodmere Sinatra fourth. Here comes Starship Glide, starting the backfield in motion fifth. Then in sixth, Mapo O'Reilly, and on the outside seventh, that is Brookdale Layton. They're halfway home in 58 seconds flat. Towards the 5/8 they go. The unchallenged leader, that's Bet 'em Alive. The two-hole rider is Good Omen. Then in third is Hamac Exclusive. Starship Glide comes marching up on the outside fourth. On the outside fifth is Brookdale Layton. Woodmere Sinatra sixth. To the outside seventh, Mapo O'Reilly trails the three-quarters completed. Bet 'em Alive is still there in 1:26 and 4. On the outside, Starship Glide second. Third at the rail is Good Omen. Hamac Exclusive on the outside fourth, and they're homeward bound. Bet 'em Alive trying to close it out. Starship Glide, Good Omen coming on at the rail. Here's the line. Good Omen on the inside. Then it looked like Bet 'em Alive, but closing in on him was Hamac Exclusive. Time for the mile in 1:55.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Bet 'em Alive drove up to the front, 28-2, the half in 58 seconds flat, 1:26 and 4 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. We see Good Omen into the passing lane. Bet 'em Alive. We can't see Hamac Exclusive. He's up on the far outside here, and they finish on the line in a photo, but it is the one. Good Omen gets the job done over Bet 'em Alive in there for second. In for third is Hamac Exclusive. 1:26 unofficially in tonight's 12th race. We'll see Good Omen and Paul Angel in the winner's circle next.
Good Omen on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle from tonight's 12th race. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 5 by better than Cheddar. Off the Arch Place stem, Paula's Promise. Home of Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Roseanne is the breeder. Paul Langell training and driving, and he'll go right to his 2-year-old record that he took right here in Summerside of 155 and 2. Good Omen in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. Now the official results in the 12th race. Good Omen the winner. Bet 'em Alive was second. Chromed Up was scratched. Woodmere Sinatra 6. Maple O'Reilly was 7th. Hamac Exclusive 3rd. Brookdale Layton was 5th. Starship Glide finished 4th. 28 and 2. 58. 126 and 4. And the mile in 155 and 2. In review, it's 1-2 scratched, 6-7-3, 5-4. Good Omen paid $770. The Exactor $1260. Triactor $2950. Superfecta was $540.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the new Dr. Ian Moore book. Retro Media is proud to promote their newest book on Dr. Ian Moore, Shadow to Spotlight by author Melissa Keith. The new book may be available for the Christmas season, and racing fans can watch for pre-sale information coming soon at retromedia.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. It's our feature tonight. No show wagering in here. Scratch number 5, Tony Tutal. I like 1-2-4. Post time picks at 2-4-1. Classifiers choice is 2-1-5 in the 13th race in 6 minutes. And I want to give a shout out to my wife Lisa and our good friend Megan Fenton, visiting from Ottawa, Ontario, and staying with us for a couple of days. They're tuned in tonight to Red Shores. Hope you're enjoying the action. And there's a look at that win photo from tonight's 12th race. You're seeing Good Omen winning on the line over the 2 Bet 'em Alive and the hard closing Hamac Exclusive. That's a good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Preferred Pacers in the 13th race featured the run parade. Number 1 is Fast Louie. On the Max Webster stable, Jennifer Doyle and Ryan McLaughlin. Jennifer does the training, driven by David Dowling. Couldn't be tough enough, number 2. On by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson. Brookdale Johnny wears number 3 for owners Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langella. 4 is Doc Oxum, on by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training, driven by Adam Murner. 5, Tony Too Tall is scratched. Number 6 is Freeman's Legacy. Jacob Sweet trains and drives for owner Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the preferred, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the veteran pacer. That's the 2, Twin B, Tough Enough, in here in the featured preferred. He's been a steady customer around that 153 mile. I'll look for him on top tonight. Fast Louie, 2 starts back. He was mighty fast in 51-1. He's got the inside tonight for Dowling. I'm going to use him for the deuce. I went to Sizer and Brookdale Johnny for 3rd to play the triactor, and I closed it out with the 6, Freeman's Legacy. And in a field of 5, I didn't use Doc Awesome. I mean, it's a real tough and good group of horses set to go postward. I went 2, 1, 3, 6. Rocky, your choices.
I went with the 1, Fast Louie. That mile stands out, jumps off the page to me. 151-1, his second last start in Charlottetown. 28-3 on the end of it. He won it by 3 lengths. So I got to put him on top in here. He's got the inside. He's got the rail. He's going to use that to his advantage, I would think. For second, of course, Twin B, Tough Enough. For third, I went to the 4, Doc Awesome. He can leave out enough to get placed, and he'll follow a horse all day long. And for the you super effective players, I put the 6, Freeman's Legacy. I'm going 1, 2, 4, 6. Vance likes 2, 1, 3, 6. Good luck with your selections here in the feature on a Tuesday night at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's have a look at the odds board in tonight's 13th race. It's our feature here tonight. Fast Louie on the rail at 9-5. Twin B, Tough Enough, and Corey McPherson at 2-1. Brookdale Johnny 3 at 20-1. The 4, Doc Awesome at 8-5. The 5 is scratched. And the 6, Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet at 7-2. That's the field for tonight's 13th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 13th race, the feature here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. Scratched down to a field of 5, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Preferred Pacers line up. Fast Louie, Twinbee jumping up, Brookdale, Johnny, Doc Awesome, and Freeman's Legacy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Twinbee tough enough, and Doc Awesome fire out. That's Fast Louie along the rail, going right with them here on the turn. To get away in fourth is Brookdale Johnny in the early trailer. That'll be Freeman's Legacy. Oh, they're sitting up here early. And here comes Twinbee tough enough for Corey McPherson to clear the lead. Second is Fast Louie to get away in third. That's Doc Awesome. Brookdale Johnny goes fourth. Then the trailer, that is Freeman's Legacy fifth. They're on by the opening quarter, and Twinbee chopping up is showing the way at a big time opener, 27 and a 1. Boom! Just like that, Twinbee chopping up, the fired up leader coming towards half mile. Fast Louie, the 2-hole ride in mid-pack. Third is Doc Awesome. Racing from fourth is Brookdale Johnny, and trailing the field, that is Freeman's Legacy. Halfway home, led by Twinbee chopping up, and he was there in 55 and 4. 28 and 3 in the second quarter. Up the backstretch they go, and they're led by Twinbee chopping up. Fast Louie, that 2-hole ride. Doc Awesome third. Here comes Freeman's Legacy now moving up fourth. The trailer is Brookdale Johnny. Quarter of a mile left to go. And Twinbee tough enough is still the leader here in the late going. 3/4 tripped in a 1:25 flat. 1/8 of a mile to go. Twinbee chopping up homeward bound. Fast Louie up the 2-hole ride. Doc Awesome up the rail. Freeman's Legacy and Brookdale Johnny. Deep stretch now on the wire. Twinbee chopping up, looks to hang on here with McPherson. Fast Louie was closing in on him second. Doc Awesome third. 1:53 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Our feature, Twinbee Tough Enough, goes to the front, 27 and 1, 55 and 4, 125 to 3/4. And he shows flash from the past, the 11-year-old by Rock and Roll Heaven. He wins tonight in 1:53 flat. Fast Louie sat on his back, couldn't go by him in deep stretch. As Twinbee Tough Enough wins tonight for the 53rd time, his second win of the season. As I mentioned, 1:53 flat. Corey McPherson triples up in the bike. Fast Louie in there for second. Up for third is the 4, Doc Awesome. So it's 2-1-4 unofficially. In tonight's feature, race 13, we'll see Twinbee Tough Enough and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's absolutely no quit in him. At 11 years of age, he goes coast to coast tonight here in Summerside, and he is Twinbee Tough Enough, and he was tonight here in the Preferred. Pacing Brown Stallion 11 by Rock and Roll Heaven from the Dragon Again Dam in the pink. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Bred by William Donovan of Florida. Trained by Ronnie Matheson. Corey McPherson picks up his third winner tonight. He's got the triple. And the veteran pacer goes all the way for his 53rd lifetime victory tonight. It's 153 flat. Twin B Tough Enough triples up Corey McPherson in the preferred. Now the official results from the 13th race. Fast Louie was second. Trimby Tough Enough the winner. Brookdale Johnny fourth. Doc Awesome third. Tony Tutal was scratched. Freeman's Legacy finished fifth. 27-1. 55-4. 125. The mile in a 153. From the top, your program reads 214. 3, scratch 5. Trinby Tough Enough 360. Exactor was 720. Triactor 1150. And the Superfecta was 359.
Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Redshore, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for race number 14, the finale here tonight. Field of 9. I'm going 1-4-3. Post time picks 1-3-4. Classifiers choices 1-9-3 in tonight's finale in 7 minutes.
We're rechecking the results of the 13th. Fast Louise second. Twinbee Tough Enough the winner. Brookdale Johnny fourth. Doc Awesome third. Tony Tutal scratch. Freeman's Legacy fifth. 2-1-4. 3 scratch 5. Fourteenth race on parade, Sharky number 1, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGuirk of Kensington. Taylor does the training, Corey McPherson drives. Captain Highlander 2, owned by Max Webster Stable, Inverness, Nova Scotia, and Sean Smith of Milton, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Steamboat Springs number 3, owned by Jonathan and Mario LaJoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick, Adam Murner, trainer driver. Middleton Terror number 4, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balk of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Jason Hughes. 5 is Weimar Jimbo, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette, Kenny Murphy driving. 6 is Brookdale J. Mack, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, tonight Brady Sweet. Impeccable Shadow number 7, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie, Paul Langell trains and drives. Hamac Charmer number 8, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Keith Legup. Number 9 is Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter, tonight Ryan DeRage. 3 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday night at Red Shores, Charlottetown, starting at 6 p.m. Rocky has his super high five ticket to wrap up Tuesday night in Summerside.
And I got your numbers there a minute ago from the broadcast team upstairs, and we're going with the same numbers, just a little different order. Mr. Cameron, I like the one on top here as well as you do. Sharky is going for his 4th win in a row tonight. I think he can get the job done. For second, I'll go to the 4, Middleton Terror. For third, the 3, Steamboat Springs. Then I put the 9, Little Leroy for 4th, and closed it out with the 2, Captain Highliner. Vance going with the 1, the 2, the 3, 9, and 4. So as I mentioned, the same numbers, just a little different order. There's a look at our super high five tickets in the finale. Good luck with your selections. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 14th race finale here on a Tuesday night. Sharky in the rail with Corey McPherson looking for win number 4 at 9-5. The 2, Captain Highliner with David Dowling at 13-1. 3, Steamboat Springs and Adam Murner at 2-1. 4, Middleton Terror with Jason Hughes at 2-1. The 5, that's Weimar Jimbo and Kenny Murphy at 25-1. Brookdale J. Mack, 6, and Brady Street at 12-1. 7, Impeccable Shadow with Paul Angel, 11-1. 8, Hamac Charmer with Keith Legg looking for his 4th win tonight, 24-1. And 9, in the back tier, Little Leroy with Ryan DeRoche at 10-1. That's the field for tonight's 14th race finale. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 14th race finale, field of 9, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, great working with you tonight. We're going to do it all again Sunday. Up to you for the call.
It looks like a smorgasbord of steaks here on this weekend coming up, Mr. Skirming. I'm looking forward to it. And right back at you. It's been a pleasure to do this Tuesday night card with you. Sharky, Captain Highliner, Steamboat Springs, Middleton Terror, Weimar Jimbo, Brookdale J. Mack, Impeccable Shadow, and Hamac Charmer up front. In back the trailer, Little Leroy. Here they come. Tuesday night, Super High 5 finale. Post time. Off and pacing, Middleton Terror firing out from the center along the rail. Sharky between horses. Captain Highliner will round the turn third, racing up fourth from the outside as they move over to that opening eighth and get straightening up the backstretch is Hamac Charmer. Then a racing fifth towards the rail. On the backstretch they go, racing to the opening quarter and up front. That is Middleton Terror and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes to lead it. Second is Captain Highliner, looking for a spot and about to find it. Hamac Charmer third. Sharky now in fourth, 29 and 2. A mighty deceiving opening quarter. Racing from fifth is Little Leroy, then in sixth, Impeccable Shadow. On the turn, Steamboat Springs is seventh. Then in eighth, Weimar Jimbo, and Brookdale J. Mack is trailing ninth. They approach the opening half mile, led by Middleton Terror. Got him halfway home tonight. Second, that's Captain Highliner. Then in third, that's Hamac Charmer. Sharky up the rail fourth. The backfield in motion now. Just 59 and 4 for a half mile. The front end might have stole it already in here. And that's Middleton Terror, the leader, on Captain Highliner. From the outside and coming third, that's Impeccable Shadow rushing up. Fourth is Hamac Charmer. Steamboat Springs is fifth. Sharky got the shuffle and nowhere to go. Six. 3/4 completed. Middleton Terror in 1. 28 and 3. Setting up for a sprint to the finish with an eighth of a mile left to go. Middleton Terror homeward bound. Impeccable Shadow on the outside second. Captain Highliner third. Hamac Charmer fourth. Steamboat Springs on the wire. Middleton Terror and the Blue Knight use all the way. Impeccable Shadow was second, and we'll need a show photo. The mile went in 1:56 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th race. Middleton Terror went to the front, 29 and 2, the half in 59 and 4, 128 and 3 to 3/4, and he chucks a last half at them in 56 and 4 to win tonight for the second time on the season. In just his third start, 28th lifetime win tonight, 156 and 3. Up for second, that was Impeccable Shadow. In for third is Captain Highliner, 4-7-2 unofficially. In the finale, we're going to see Middleton Terror and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, it's as simple as this, folks. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes just outdrove his rivals here in the 14th race on this Tuesday night in Summerside, and he'll take Middleton Terror to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 14th. Bay Pacing Gelding, he is 7 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Mach 3, Damn Miracle on the Hudson. Owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Brett Nooning Holdings Limited. The late Russell Noonan and Karen Noonan. Luke Burke does the conditioning, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes put him on top at every call, winning in 156 and 3. Middleton Terror in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 14th. Sharkey was 4th. Captain Highliner 3rd. Steamboat Springs was 6th. Middleton Terror, the race winner. Weimar Jimbo was 9th. Brookdale J. Mack 8th. Impeccable Shadow was 2nd. Hamac Charmer finished 5th. Little Leroy was 7th. They went 29 and 2. 59 and 4. 128 and 3. And the mile 156 and 3. In review, it's 436, 198, 257. Middleton Terror paid 430. The exactor was 94.20. The triactor 1335.70. The league daily double at 750. And it looks like there'll be a super high five carryover to Sunday here in Summerside. And that's going to complete our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle, it won $105,595. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.